الكرام، بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. حضورنا الكرام، ستبدأ الجلسة بعد 10 دقائق إن شاء الله.
السلام عليكم. للحضور الجالسين في الوراء يرجى التقدم إلى الأمام. In case you need an interpretation device, you can get it from there, from the entrance of the theater. We will start shortly.
شكرا.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته، وصباح الخير أصحاب السعادة. السيدات والسادة والزملاء الأعزاء، يشرفني أنا رنا أحمد العاني، أخصائي معلومات أول ورئيس قسم مكتبات الفنون في إفلا، أن أرحب بكم في حفل توقيع مكتب الاتحاد الدولي الإقليمي لجمعيات ومؤسسات المكتبات إفلا لمنطقة الشرق الأوسط وشمال أفريقيا، والذي يقام هنا في مكتبة قطر الوطنية، رمز المعرفة والإبداع في الدوحة. كما نرحب بالضيوف المشاركين معنا افتراضياً من مختلف أنحاء العالم. اليوم نحتفل بمحطة تاريخية في مسيرتنا المشتركة لتعزيز دور المكتبات العالمية وتوطيد الشراكات في منطقة الشرق الأوسط وشمال أفريقيا وما بعدها. خلال اليومين المقبلين سنتأمل في تطور قطاع المكتبات ونستكشف فرص الابتكار والتعاون لتعزيز دور المكتبات في مجتمعاتنا. دعونا نبدأ برنامج اليوم بسلسلة من الكلمات الافتتاحية من قادة وشخصيات بارزة في هذا المجال، ونستهل الكلمات الافتتاحية مع كلمة سعادة الدكتور حمد بن عبد العزيز الكواري، وزير الدولة ورئيس مكتبة قطر الوطنية، الذي كان لقيادته دور محوري في تعزيز مكانة المكتبات كمركز للمعرفة وحفظ التراث الثقافي في المنطقة. فليتفضل سعادته إلى المنصة.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. باسم مكتبة قطر الوطنية يسعدني أن أرحب بكم جميعا في هذه المناسبة الفريدة، وأوجه تحية وشكر وتقدير لجميع الحاضرين من ضيوفنا الكرام، وأخص السيدة فيكي ماكدونالد رئيسة الاتحاد الدولي لجمعيات ومؤسسات المكتبات الإفلا، والسيدة شارون ميسيس الأمين العام للاتحاد. وبالنيابة عن جميع العاملين بمكتبة قطر الوطنية وقطاع المكتبات والمعلومات في قطر والعالم العربي، أود أن أعبر عن خالص الامتنان لكل ما قدمه الاتحاد إفلا حتى الآن من دعم لتحقيق أهدافنا المشتركة في النهوض بقطاع المكتبات والمعلومات والارتقاء بخدمات المكتبات في الشرق الأوسط وشمال أفريقيا. نحتفل اليوم بخطوة متميزة في شراكتنا الممتدة مع اتحاد إفلا التي تجاوزت عقداً من الزمن من خلال الافتتاح الرسمي للمكتب الإقليمي للاتحاد في مكتبة قطر الوطنية، في سابقة هي الأولى من نوعها على مستوى المنطقة. هذا الاختيار يحمل في طياته مسؤولية كبيرة تدفعنا إلى تعزيز جهودنا للنهوض بهذا الدور المنوط بمكتبتنا وتحقيق توقعات اتحاد الإفلا ومجتمع المكتبات، ليس فقط على المستوى المحلي في قطر بل أيضاً في الشرق الأوسط وشمال أفريقيا. ويأتي هذا التكليف تقديراً لالتزام المكتبة بتعزيز التبادل الثقافي والإبداع وإتاحة المعرفة ودعم المكتبات على مستوى المنطقة لتحقيق أهدافها. ونتطلع بحماس لاستمرار التعاون مع اتحاد الإفلا لاستكشاف آفاق جديدة لنشر المعرفة وصون التراث. الحضور الكريم، بصفتنا مكتب الإفلا الإقليمي نلتزم بتطوير قدرة المكتبات على تقديم خدمات حديثة لمجتمعاتنا المحلية وتمكين العاملين في هذا القطاع بالمعرفة والمهارات اللازمة لتحقيق التميز. ولن ندخر وسعاً في دعم المكتب الإقليمي وتطوير قدراته وتعزيز مكانته وتوفير الموارد والخبرات اللازمة لينهض بدوره في تعزيز قطاع المكتبات والمعلومات، ويفتح آفاقا رحبة أمام التعاون المشترك بين المكتبات الإقليمية والدولية، ويصبح وجهة إقليمية للتعاون وتبادل الأفكار والخبرات وأفضل الممارسات. من خلال المكتب الإقليمي تتمكن المكتبات في الشرق الأوسط من مواكبة أحداث المعايير والممارسات العالمية في مجالها، وهو ما سينعكس على تحسين جودة ما تقدمه من خدمات. وسيوفر المكتب منصة للتدريب وبناء القدرات، مما يرفع من كفاءة العاملين في هذا القطاع ويعزز من قدرتهم على تلبية احتياجات مجتمعاتهم. وفي المجمل نطمح أن يصبح هذا المكتب مركزاً حيوياً للإبداع وتبادل المعرفة، ويسهم في تحسين خدمات المكتبات وتعزيز دورها في تحقيق التنمية المستدامة. يتكامل اختيار المكتبة لتصبح المكتبة الإقليمية للإفلاء مع دورها المتمثل في تعزيز الحوار حول قضايا المكتبات وتنظيم فعاليات مختلفة تثري النقاش وتسهم في تطوير المهارات المهنية للعاملين في هذا القطاع، وهذا يتسق مع قناعتنا بأن المكتبات ينبغي أن تكون طرفاً فاعلاً في المشهد الثقافي والفكري في دولها، وشريكاً موثوقاً لتحقيق الأهداف التعليمية والاجتماعية الوطنية الشاملة. ومن أبرز أنشطة المكتبة مؤخراً تنظيم مؤتمر مدير المكتبات الوطنية في آسيا وأوقيانوسيا ومنتدى المكتبات في الصدارة في مارس الماضي حول تعزيز الكفاءة الرقمية للمكتبات في عصر الذكاء الاصطناعي AI، إضافة إلى سلسلة من الجلسات التدريبية بعنوان أخصائي المكتبات من أجل المكتبات لبناء القدرات. إن اختيار مكتبة قطر الوطنية لتكون مقراً للمكتب الإقليمي للاتحاد الإفلا في الشرق الأوسط وشمال أفريقيا يعكس المكانة المرموقة التي وصلت إليها بلادنا في مجال المكتبات والمعلومات على المستويين الإقليمي والدولي، وكذلك قدرة بلادنا على أن تكون شريكاً استراتيجياً للمؤسسات الدولية الكبرى في مساعيها لبناء مستقبل مستدام للمعرفة والبحث العلمي. كما يؤكد هذا الاختيار على التزام قطر الراسخ بدعم المعرفة وصون التراث الثقافي وتعزيز التعاون الدولي في مجالات التعليم والبحث والتعلم المستمر. ويعزز هذا الاختيار دور قطر كمنارة للمعرفة وقاطرة للتطور في قطاع المكتبات في المنطقة. فقد غدت مكتبة قطر الوطنية نموذجاً يحتذى به من حيث الخدمات المبتكرة والتقنيات الحديثة التي تقدمها للمجتمع. كما يمثل هذا المكتب الإقليمي خطوة استراتيجية تتيح للمكتبات في منطقتنا الاستفادة من الموارد العالمية، مما يفتح آفاقاً جديدة لها لتقديم خدمات أفضل لمجتمعاتها. لا نحتفل اليوم فقط باختيار المكتبة لتكون مقر المكتب الإقليمي للاتحاد الإفلا، بل نحتفي معه أيضاً بتتويج 10 سنوات من الشراكة الاستراتيجية بين الاتحاد والمكتبة، شراكة كانت نقطة تحول حقيقية في تعزيز قطاع المكتبات والمعلومات، ليس فقط في قطر بل على مستوى منطقة الشرق الأوسط وشمال أفريقيا بأكملها. وما كنا لنصل إلى هذه اللحظة من دون مسيرة التعاون الوطيد الذي بدأ في عام 2015 باختيار مركز الحفظ والصيانة في المكتبة ليكون مركز الإفلا الإقليمي لصيانة مواد المكتبات والمحافظة عليها في الدول العربية والشرق الأوسط، وهو مركز معني بتقديم الدعم الفني والتقني للمكتبات والمؤسسات الثقافية في المنطقة بهدف تعزيز قدراتها على حفظ وصيانة التراث الثقافي. ويعد هذا الاختيار اعترافاً بدور المكتبة الريادي في مجال صون التراث الثقافي، وقد نهضت المكتبة بدورها خير قيام، وهو ما جعلنا نفوز بثقة الإفلا عدة مرات حتى الآن. استمر هذا التعاون في إبريل 2016 عندما عقدت المكتبة المؤتمر الدولي السنوي لمجموعة المكتبات العامة التابعة لإفلا، وذلك للمرة الأولى في منطقة الشرق الأوسط وشمال أفريقيا، وكذلك مشاركة السيدة كريستين ماكينزي رئيسة الاتحاد الإفلا بإلقاء الكلمة الرئيسية في المؤتمر الإقليمي لدعم الحفاظ على التراث الثقافي في المنطقة العربية الذي نظمته المكتبة بالتعاون مع اليونسكو في ديسمبر 2019. وأيضا مشاركة السيدة باربرا ليسون رئيس الاتحاد الدولي لجمعيات ومؤسسات المكتبات إفلا في مايو 2022 في منتدى المكتبات في الصدارة بإلقائها الكلمة الافتتاحية عن دعم الإفلا للمكتبات في تنفيذ أهداف التنمية المستدامة. وفي سبتمبر 2022 نظمنا بالشراكة مع اتحاد الإفلا مؤتمر خدمات الإعارة المتبادلة وتوفير الوثائق، وذلك للمرة الأولى في المنطقة. وناقش المؤتمر كيف تغلبت المكتبات عبر الابتكار وتطبيق الحلول الرقمية الحديثة على تحديات الإعارة المتبادلة وتوفير الوثائق أثناء جائحة كوفيد-19 التي أدت إلى تقليص إمكانية الاطلاع على المصادر المطبوعة. تتكامل رسالة المكتب الإقليمي الساعية لأن يكون منارة لتمكين المكتبات وتعزيز التعليم والنهوض بمهنة المكتبات في جميع أنحاء المنطقة مع رسالة مكتبة قطر الوطنية إلى تعزيز الوصول إلى المعلومات ودعم تبادل المعرفة وإلهام الإبداع والاستكشاف. وأود هنا أن أشيد بالدعم المتواصل الذي قدمه الاتحاد الدولي لجمعية مؤسسات المكتبات إفلا والمجتمع الدولي للمكتبات، فالتزامكم بالنهوض بدور المكتبات عالمياً هو ما وصلنا إلى هذه اللحظة الفارقة، وفتح أمامنا وأمامكم آفاقاً جديدة للتعاون والتعلم المشترك. وكلنا ثقة في أن هذا المكتب الإقليمي سيسهم في إحداث تأثير مستدام وفي تمكين المكتبات لتنهض بدورها في مساعدة الأفراد والمجتمعات على تحقيق الازدهار. أود أن أعرب مرة أخرى عن خالص شكرنا وامتناننا لكل من حضر معنا اليوم ولكل من ساهم في جعل هذا المكتب الإقليمي حقيقة ملموسة. وأتقدم بخالص شكر لفريق العمل في الاتحاد الإفلا ونظيره في مكتبة قطر الوطنية. معا تحت مظلة هذا المكتب الإقليمي سنبني أسس مستقبل مشرق تنهض فيه المكتبات بدورها كبوابة لعالم المعرفة ومصدرا للإلهام والتشجيع ومحركا أصيلا للازدهار والتنمية. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
شكرا سعادة الدكتور على كلمتك القيمة. يسعدنا الآن الاستماع إلى كلمة من السيدة فيكي ماكدونالد رئيس الاتحاد الدولي لجمعيات ومؤسسات المكتبات إفلا، والتي تمثل جهودها مصدر إلهام لنا جميعا في تعزيز مهنة المكتبات على مستوى العالم. فلتتفضل السيدة ماكدونالد إلى المنصة.
Thank you very much and good morning. I'd like to acknowledge and thank, firstly, His Excellency Dr. Hamad bin Abdullah Al-Kahi, the QNL President, and thank you very much for your welcome. I also acknowledge Hassan Khan, who is the Executive Director of QNL, for also meeting us today, and I've heard that she only flew in at 3 a.m. this morning, so quite fantastic. I'd also like to introduce my colleagues, Sharon Memis, the IFLA Secretary General, and our Director of External Affairs, Stephen Weiber. I also acknowledge Peter Law, who will be providing the keynote session today as well, and also acknowledge distinguished guests. I'll just take this off. I also bring to you greetings from an IFLA past president, Claudia Lux. I emailed her last night and she asked me to send on her greetings as well. It is absolutely fantastic to be here at the Qatar National Library. I've heard so much about it across many years. It is a great privilege to be the IFLA president, and I get to visit many libraries, so I was particularly excited to finally have the opportunity to come to Qatar to experience this amazing building. But I also acknowledge the staff, because that's what makes libraries alive, the commitment of their staff and the programs that they deliver. As His Excellency said, my Australian colleague, Christine McKenzie, visited here some years ago and told me what an amazing library it was and that I must visit. So it is fantastic to be here, and I do look forward to exploring the library over the next few days. I imagine that many of you are already familiar with IFLA, the International Federation of Library Associations and Institutions, but it's always important and helpful to remember why we're here and what we do and why we do it. IFLA is a federation of library associations and institutions, and we also have some personal members. It is a network of over 1,600 members, and its members being library associations and institutions and key players from across the library field. And we represent over 150 countries from across the globe. But importantly, we're the voice of over 3 million libraries worldwide. In short, IFLA is about better libraries for better lives and a better world. It's based on the premise that great library services can have a transformational effect on so many aspects of people's lives, and that we can deliver these services best when we are working together. And we've already heard that this morning from His Excellency. As a federation, we are a community that welcomes all, and we're one of the few social institutions in every community that has no barriers to participation. We embrace everybody and encourage everybody to take advantage of our libraries and our services. My day job is as State Librarian and Chief Executive Officer at the State Library of Queensland, and we see each day the impact of our work that has on the communities that we serve. Big focuses for us are around digital inclusion, literacy, lifelong learning, providing a space for discussion and debate of the key issues of our communities. But importantly, it's about bringing people together. And from what I've already heard, that is very much central to the work of Qatar National Library, bringing people together. My presidential theme is Stronger Together, and I strongly believe that by working together, we will have much stronger outcomes for our federation, our libraries, our stakeholders, and most importantly, the communities that we serve. As a federation, IFLA is founded on the belief that international collaboration means library associations, libraries, library and information professionals can achieve so much more together than apart. And we work together because we have enough in common despite the very different circumstances of where we work. I work in Brisbane, Australia, but I can learn so much from what you are doing here in Doha. But I also learn from colleagues in Tilburg in the Netherlands, where I was last week, and also Athens, where I was just 2 days ago. So we all as a community learn from each other. It makes such strong sense to share our learnings. It makes us much more efficient and effective. I'm sure you already know that librarians are generous collaborators and sharers. And it's because of our sense of solidarity and our shared values that unite us, but it also drives the work that we undertake. We share our resources, and we need to do this. We have shared standards and infrastructures, which in turn create strong governance. IFLA makes a very strong contribution globally to the development of standards and guidelines, and I know that they have huge impact across the globe as well. We've already heard a little bit about the SDGs this morning, and I think it's really important to remember that IFLA was actively involved in the creation of the United Nations 2030 Agenda. IFLA advocated for the inclusion of access to information, safeguarding of cultural heritage, universal literacy, and access to information and communication technologies in the framework that we now know as SDGs. And we'll talk a lot about SDGs and voluntary national reviews and their implementation across the next 2 days. IFLA plays a pivotal role in advocating for libraries, and I'm thinking of the work that we do at UNESCO and United Nations, but also WIPO, because we can form partnerships that in turn have really strong benefits for the communities across the globe. These are the arguments for working together at a global level, but also working at a regional, national and local level too. And indeed, strong library fields at every level with the structures, energy and direction necessary to succeed are essential. Ensuring that this is the case is a key goal for IFLA over the coming years. And of course, our regional regional offices are going to have an essential role in this, both as powerhouses and the development of the regional field, and as mentors, coaches and supporters for stronger libraries. As His Excellency has said, the regional office will play a pivotal role in leading collaboration and cooperation, but also capacity building. As a global organisation, it's really important that IFLA has a presence in our region. That is why it was such good news for us when we decided to create a new MENA region within IFLA's governance structure, that the Qatar National Library came forward with its nomination for a regional office. You were, of course, already a leader in the region, hosting one of our most committed, exciting preservation and conservation centres, and we would like to particularly note the work of Maxim in leading this work as well. This engagement has, of course, stepped up a gear now, and this is to the benefit of the region and to IFLA as well. We have an exciting time ahead of us, looking to upgrade our own capacity to help build stronger library fields at all levels. And we can go into this now with more confidence, knowing that we can work in partnership with Qatar National Library. It will be hard work, and we'll have to do some serious thinking and some even more serious action, but I think we will have great successes for the region as well. I'm very much looking for the discussions that we will have today and tomorrow. I'm here to listen and, importantly, to learn. But as I said, we're all about better libraries for better lives and a better world, and the result is certainly going to be worth it. I thank you very much for the invitation to join you today, and I do look forward to some very exciting discussions. Thank you very much. Thank you.
شكرا سيدة ماكدونالد على كلمتك. أدعو الآن السيدة هوسن تان المدير التنفيذي لمكتبة قطر الوطنية، والتي تجسد رؤيتها المستقبلية الدور المحوري للمكتبات في التعليم والبحث والتفاعل الثقافي. فلتتفضل السيدة هوسن إلى المنصة.
Assalamu alaikum, Sabah Ahir, good morning, Excellency Dr. Hamad bin Abdul Aziz Al Kuwari, President of Qatar National Library, dear IFLA friends, Vicky McDonald, President of IFLA, Sharon Memis, Secretary General of IFLA, esteemed colleagues from near and far, thank you all for coming to join us in this workshop, which marks the formal appointment of Qatar National Library as IFLA's inaugural office for the Middle East and North Africa region. As His Excellency has covered in his speech, QNL has enjoyed a long-lasting and fruitful relationship with IFLA. What might not be widely known is that beyond our dual roles of the Preservation and Conservation Center, and now the regional office, we also have around 6 colleagues who volunteer their expertise as members of various IFLA sections and special interest groups. Personally, I serve as the Secretary of the National Libraries section, a role that I'm honored to undertake. QNL's active involvement in IFLA stems from our deep belief in the transformative power of libraries. Libraries uplift communities by providing access to knowledge, fostering discovery, dialogue, cultural engagement, and building connections. By being part of the global network like IFLA, libraries can amplify their collective voice on the international stage, advocating for causes and initiatives that strengthen our ability to serve our communities effectively. At QNL, we have embraced our vision to protect the documentary heritage of our region. Over the years, we have actively contributed to capacity building for cultural professionals across the region, covering a wide variety of professional topics. Through workshops and conferences, we have encouraged dialogue and sharing of experiences among library professionals. The establishment of the IFLA Regional Office at QNL represents an enhanced commitment to these efforts. The regional office also provides libraries in the MENA region with easier access to expertise and support of the wider IFLA community. The MENA region has been home to some of the world's most iconic early libraries, such as the Library of Alexandria in the 3rd century BCE, the Beit al-Hikmah, the House of Wisdom in Baghdad during the 9th century or the 3rd to the 4th century Hijri, and the Qarawiyyin Library in Fez in Morocco. These institutions highlight the region's rich heritage and the fact that libraries is not a new concept in our region, and we in the region have so much to share with the world. As the IFLA Regional Office for MENA, and working with the Regional Division Committee, QNL is dedicated to amplifying the professional voices of the region on the international stage, whether it's contributing to the refinement of international standards such as the classification of Islamic subjects or practices in managing library collections in multiple languages, including Arabic. Our aim is to contribute to the creation of a library field that is truly global in its outlook and practices. We at QNL are committed to fulfilling our responsibilities as the IFLA Regional Office for the MENA region, and we recognize that our success relies on the support and contributions of libraries across the region. As Vicky has mentioned, her slogan, stronger together. Together, we can do amazing things for our communities. Shukran jazilan, thank you very much.
شكرا سيدة هسم على كلمتك. الآن نستمع إلى كلمة من السيدة شارون ميمس، الأمين العام للاتحاد الدولي لجمعيات ومؤسسات المكتبات إفلا، التي تعكس جهودها قوة التعاون الدولي في تشكيل مستقبل قطاع المكتبات. فلتتفضل السيدة ميمس إلى المنصة.
Your Excellencies, and my great thanks really to His Excellency for the very warm welcome and hospitality, and for agreeing to be IFLA's regional office. Thank you very much. It is a great honor and a privilege to be here with you and in this extraordinary library. I think IFLA is very lucky to have one of the youngest and most exciting national libraries to be our partner in this region, and a region where there is such a long and strong cultural history. There is so much to share with the world, so much for us all to learn, and so I am so excited about the partnership that we at IFLA will have with you over the coming years. Thank you very much. I too would also like to acknowledge Wisam. Thank you very much for coming here. I realize that you arrived only back home at about 3 o'clock this morning, so congratulations in getting here and in giving us such a warm welcome. I would also like to acknowledge Iman, who is heading our regional office. Thank you very much. I've already met you on so many occasions, and I'm again excited about this partnership. And also to Maxim Nazra for the work, obviously, of our Preservation and Cultural Centre. I want to re-emphasize Vicky's words about our belief in better libraries, better lives, a better world. And I also would like to pick up on the words of His Excellency about the importance of partnerships. And we've talked already quite a lot about partnerships within libraries, with libraries across the world collaborating and speaking to each other. I want to talk a little bit more about partnerships outside of libraries. I am not a librarian. My background is in international cultural diplomacy, international relations, and higher education. And in an increasingly complex, globalized world, the idea that we can sit in our silos and simply talk to each other is not enough. We cannot do that. We have to be speaking with partners and the world outside. And one of the great strengths of libraries here is their ability to partner outside of libraries, because the understanding that we have of communities across every society, from the wealthiest and the most advantaged to the most underrepresented and disadvantaged, in every sector, picks up very much again on His Excellency's theme that libraries are there for education, for literacy, for culture. And the great strength of libraries that I think sometimes librarians themselves underestimate is how trusted they are. When in the world there has been a decrease in trust in governments, in institutions, in the media, the one place where we can trust information, where we can trust the ethics, the quality, the truth, is the librarians. They remain amongst the most trusted profession. That gives them a unique ability to really be understood, to reach communities that others find it hard to reach. So libraries have a role in not just books, though books remain important, in information, in literacy, in truth, in trust, in disinformation, in misinformation, and in democracy, citizenship, and it is building those lifelong skills for the citizens of the future. We know that, but not everybody else does. And how important it is that we, as librarians, learn to speak the same language as many of the partners outside. Because I have never, ever heard a minister anyone in government say libraries are a bad thing. They all say libraries are wonderful things, but they don't always give the means, the recognition, the resources to make sure that those libraries can thrive and survive. Because the return on investment in libraries is extraordinary. It transforms lives. And I think that the more that we can learn to speak that outside language, if you like, that is a huge strength that we can have. And it's one of the reasons why we at IFLA work on these sustainable development goals, because the language of sustainable development goals is one that is understood by policymakers, by politicians, by business, and by the world. And so the more that we can use that language about the work that we can do and convince the world of what we are able to offer and how we do contribute to building a better world, I think the better. And that's where partnerships come in. And certainly partnerships, of course, between us within our world, but not just within us, without as well, which is why we go, and led by my colleague, my wonderful colleague, Stephen Wyver, who leads our policy work, we go to the UN, High-Level Political Forum, every year, but we don't just go as IFLA alone. We go with others. We work with the friendly ambassadors there, who have been enormously helpful to us. We bring our members, our volunteers there. So we're bringing that international global voice, and that collective voice, that global voice of libraries, is, I think, one of the huge and unique strengths of IFLA. And that is why I'm so excited about our partnership here in Qatar, because I believe that you have an extraordinary leader, His Excellency, where you have all of those channels and connections into not just library and education, but into the political world, into the business world, and it is that collective voice that will enable us to really change the world and transform lives. So that is an area that I want to see us grow. And our plans are very much, in this region, we want to focus on particularly MENA region in the coming year. We have some big plans, some secret plans, not secret plans, but some big plans to really work with this office, to really leverage partnerships. And partly wanting to do that because this is such a young and dynamic and innovative library that we want to leverage that, and we know there's huge enthusiasm. So we're looking for enthusiasm. And we're also very fortunate in that we have Dr. Saif, who is the chair of our regional division here, and we have some other members also who are also dynamic, and we want to work together in partnership to leverage and have those conversations outside. So this is going to be a focus of our work, and it does mean that you may see us more than once in the coming year, and I hope that you will be happy to see us coming back. We'll be doing a workshop as well with Mr. Peter Upton tomorrow, and I think that that will be quite useful also in getting us to think about partnerships. I'm not going to talk too much about the UN because I know we're going to be talking about that later on today. But it is, of course, a very important partner, as both Vicky and His Excellency have highlighted. But I want to really close with just thinking about IFLA as an international organization in many ways. As I say, I'm not a librarian. I come from cultural diplomacy. And what attracted me to IFLA was the I, which is the international. And what I think is so powerful with IFLA is the range, the whole diversity. We are in over 150 countries. We work across cultures. And working across cultures is not always easy. However, in an international organization, we all have to be open to different ways of thinking, different cultures. And the key is not to say it's different or not to hit up against it, but it is always to find the common ground, to be comfortable with difference, to look at what we're fundamentally looking at, which is, as we've said, that sustainable futures for all through knowledge and information. And there is no one single solution. And the beauty, the strength, the exciting aspect of IFLA is that we bring together such different ideas from all over the world, from different cultures, and we have the opportunity to meet, to engage, whether in person, which is a huge privilege, or sometimes just online. And as Vicky says, we're always learning. And that curiosity of the librarian to always want to learn, to see new ideas, and to change. And in order to learn, you have to be ready to learn. You have to be open to differences. And that, I think, is a huge strength of IFLA. And I know very well many of the people here, and I know that all of you share that view. We can all learn. We're not all the same. We'll approach differently, but I'm very comfortable with that, and we can always, as librarians, find common ground. So let us work in partnership, find the common ground amongst us and the common ground outside. And let us also exploit the fact that we have ambassadors here, which is always a great privilege, because our ambassadors are enormously helpful. We have a group, a beginning of a group at the UN of Friends of Libraries ambassadors. The challenge to you is that I expect all of your ambassadors now at the UN, and this is the price of coming, to be working with us and to be helping to be that voice of libraries at the UN so that we can build a better world together. Thank you very much.
شكرا سيدة ممس على كلمتك. ننتقل الآن إلى فقرة بارزة في برنامج اليوم، الكلمة الرئيسية التي يقدمها الدكتور بيتر لور، الأمين العام السابق للاتحاد الدولي لجمعيات ومؤسسات المكتبات إفلا، وهو شخصية بارزة في مجال المكتبات الدولية. كرس الدكتور لور حياته المهنية لتعزيز المعايير العالمية للمكتبات والدفاع عن الوصول المتكافئ إلى المعلومات وتشجيع التعاون عبر الحدود. اليوم يشاركنا رؤيته حول تطور قطاع المكتبات العالمية، تأملات وآفاق مستقبلية. نرحب بدكتور بيتر لور وندعوه إلى المنصة.
Thank you for your kind words, Your Excellency, honored guests, colleagues, friends. I'd like to start off by congratulating the Qatar National Library and IFLA on this very important step to reach out to one of the most important areas of the world, and a region of which the importance is growing all the time as we speak. And I'd like to wish you and your regional office every success in the future. My presentation is divided, thank you. I forgot it, thank you. My presentation is divided into 6 parts. I'll say a little bit about global librarianship. I'm afraid if you have a professor in front of you, you're going to get a little bit of a lecture. And then there are going to be 4 periods, 4 eras, which I'd like to touch on. And then finally, I'd like to say something rather hesitantly about the future, because there's some risk in inviting a 78-year-old retired professor to talk about the future. He's better at talking about the past. And then this little red word at the bottom, disclaimer, is to remind me to tell you that I do not represent IFLA. I have been an IFLA member for a very long time, for at least 40 years, and I'm a loyal IFLA member, but I'm free to say whatever I like to say about IFLA or anything else. So first of all, an introduction to what is meant by global librarianship. And it's just simple, a little definition. What I mean by global librarianship on this occasion is, and it may change later, dissemination and diffusion of library ideas, concepts, techniques, technology, and of course, recorded information among libraries and other information agencies through sharing and cooperation, and then obviously across boundaries and globally. And the question I have to ask, or I have to address today is, how has it evolved? And how may global librarianship change in the future? Let me come to the 4 eras, and I have identified 4 of them. There are more in my book, but I think I can't bore you with everything. The imperial era, the Islamic golden age, the international era, and the global era. You must not entrust a 78-year-old professor with modern technology. Right. Great. No, it's not great. It's the wrong way around. I'm having difficulty with this. I need to be... Right, thank you. Now, will you do the next slide for me, please? Thank you. That'll make it easier. My apology for these interruptions. The global era is an era of powerful kings who ruled over vast empires consisting of their own peoples as well as other peoples they had conquered. And we think particularly of the kingdom of the empire of Assyria, various empires in Assyria, in fact, in the Mesopotamian region, the Ptolemaic kingdom of Egypt, the kingdom of Pergamon, of China, and many, many others which I cannot mention. Now, what did these powerful kings want? The powerful king on the right-hand side of the slide is King Ashurbanipal of Assyria. This is a detail from a frieze depicting a royal lion hunt, which is now held in the British Museum in London. Ashurbanipal was ruled over the Neo-Assyrian kingdom in about 660 to 634 of our before current era. And what did he want? He wanted intelligence. He wanted to know about his borders. He wanted to know about his restive provinces, about his subjected peoples. He also wanted utilitarian information about products that he could obtain from there, about the technology that they used, about the trade routes, and of course the possible routes that invaders could use to enter his empire. And as these libraries, as these kingdoms matured, the interests also spread to what one would call cultural and religious texts, and included also the literatures of the various peoples that they included in their empires. Next, please. The picture on the right-hand side is an artist's impression of what the Great Library of Alexandria might have looked like. The Great Library of Alexandria was created in the reign of Ptolemy II, Philadelphus. He built this library in around, I think, between 200 and my dates are getting mixed up here. In any case, in the 3rd century before current era. It grew enormously, and as it grew, the need became very pressing to organize these collections in such a way that people would be able to find information that they needed. And here we have the name of one of the first great librarians whose names we have, namely Callimachus, who was a poet, and he compiled the famous catalogue known as the Pinakis. It consisted of 120 papyrus scrolls and it was a catalogue, a systematic catalogue of all the Greek writers. There was considerable rivalry with the other empire at the time, or the other kingdom, Pergamum, which also had a library. That library was also collecting books at a rate which rivaled the rate at which Alexandria was. And so the Egyptians resorted to trade sanctions. They forbade the export of papyrus to Pergamon, forcing the Pergamines to start writing their texts on prepared animal skins. And that's where parchment comes from the word Pergamon. That might well be a myth. There's a lot of myth written about the Library of Alexandria. One of these myths involves the forcible seizure of books and manuscripts from ships in the harbor. They took the books, copied them, gave the copies back to the ship's captain, and kept the originals themselves. Now here we have, in this period, a one-way flow of oral and recorded information. Mainly one-way flow of resources. We had a centralized network from the center to the periphery, to the provinces, to the conquered peoples. They sent commands and demands and laws. And from the provinces, they received back loot, products, taxes, and among the products they received were books. Next. I want to turn now to the Islamic Golden Age, and I must apologize in advance about my poor pronunciation of some of these names, but I simply couldn't, as a coward, skip over things I do with difficulty, so I must proceed, and I can't omit the Islamic Golden Age. It's a very important phase. Next, please. And here, I'd like to show you a picture of the Baytul Hikmah, which is the House of Wisdom in Baghdad, which was founded by Caliph Harun al-Rashid and developed especially by his son Mamun. This became one of the most important libraries of its time. In fact, Baghdad had a lot of libraries. It was a very learned city and a great center of knowledge. And this library attracted students and scholars from all over the world, from people of all parts of the world, all religions, all came to study and to learn and to transmit information by copying it. Next. But now I want to turn from the center to the periphery, because I'm sure you've all heard of the Library of Timbuktu, which is in the news, particularly in the last decades. Timbuktu was a major trading center in the 14th and 16th centuries of our current era. Apart from trading salt and slaves and other products, so we say, there was a very significant book trade. Books were a very valuable commodity. And Timbuktu became a great center of Islamic learning. But I have to emphasize that this was not only in Timbuktu, it was throughout the Sahel region, from Senegal and Mauritania all the way through to Chad and further. There was not a single big library in Timbuktu. In fact, there were lots and lots of libraries. There were a region of 500,000 books in Timbuktu. But these books were scattered in private collections held in families from father to son over many generations. And this was the salvation of the Timbuktu manuscripts, because when certain outlaws took over or captured the town during in 2012, they could not so quickly get hold of those books, find out where they were, and Abdul Qadir Haidara, he risked his life and those of his accomplices by secretly at night packing these books into tin metal cases and shipping them off up the river to the capital of Mali, namely Bamako. That brings me to the international era. Next, please. Now, here again, you have a professor speaking. You have to know where national comes from. for West Europeans, in any case, the notion of a nation-state really became real in 1648 with the Peace of Westphalia. The word international was only coined much later, and even later internationalism in the modern sense. In the 1860s, internationalism became really very important, and there were widespread international initiatives to ensure peace and human progress. Next, please. As I can mention here, the peace movements, the various conventions and treaties, the beginning of modern international law, the Red Cross and Red Crescent, and particularly the idea that information should be harnessed for peace. This was made possible by great increases in transport and communications, and this made possible an increasing number of international scientific conferences and world exhibitions, and growth of scientific output, which made it important to try and organize the growing amount of knowledge. Next, please. In Brussels in 1895, two Belgian lawyers, Paul Hotelet and Henri Lafontaine, created an International Institute for Bibliography and a Universal Index. They used international collaborators from all the other countries of the world to send them bibliographic information, to which they compiled using outdated or very modern technology at the time, namely the 3x5 index card and the typewriter. This endeavor was wonderful, but it was in advance of the technology available to maintain it. So it finally came to an end after the First World War, where it had already caused damage. And in 1926, it ended when the government of Belgium withdrew its support, but it had already compiled 18 million catalogue cards by that time. And this, I think I'm going to skip this one, please, and then fast forward to the modern period of international librarianship, where we're thinking especially of collaboration between IFLA and UNESCO. 4 examples here, 2 of them, left and second from right, deal with the IFLA UNESCO guidelines and statements for public libraries. The red one is the ISPD, International Standard Bibliographic Description, which was a real great milestone in international cataloguing at the time, still important. And then also a document on preservation of cultural heritage, which IFLA did in collaboration with UNESCO. The global era. Next, please. Is global a fancy name for international? No, it's a very, very far-reaching change which is taking place. And the one simple way of distinguishing between the two is by saying that if you have relations between 2 countries, they are international. But if you have global relations, you really have relations with all the countries of the world. That's, of course, the business of IFLA to do that. There have been mixed consequences of globalization, and one of them is what you might call transcultural diffusion, which is symbolized on this slide by the McDonald's sign. Lots of countries don't like their cuisine being overshadowed. The Italians and French in particular don't like having McDonald's in main streets. There are also transnational phenomena which are a phenomenon of our time, and I'm thinking here of global warming, of pandemics, and of mass migration, as you see illustrated here. And these are problems which cannot be addressed by individual nations. In fact, it is unfortunately not possible to deal with it internationally, because within the word international is embedded the word nation. And when you go to international meetings, the representatives there represent nations, and their job is to protect the interests of their nations. Next, please. A cloudy outlook. A lot of our information, oh dear, is in the clouds. But what is actually in the clouds? There's nothing in the clouds. It's actually in the hands of major international corporations who run these huge servers, and this causes a lot of uncertainty. We don't know where our data is, who has access to it. It's a wonderful invention, but it also brings risks with it. Next, please. I think I'm going to skip this slide and this one. And now I have to say something in 30 seconds about the future. The future looks a lot like the present, doesn't it? It's just become more fancy. Well, here's a word of wisdom from a baseball coach. Next slide. Next slide, please. I like to quote the words of an American baseball coach and player called Yogi Berra, who was beloved of sports writers because he made these wonderfully naive comments which were very quotable, which when you look at them or think about them, contain a kernel of wisdom. And he said, the future ain't what it used to be. By that, I think he was getting at the fact that linear projections of the past into the future are not what is happening or going to happen now. It's not so that we're going to have everything bigger, better, taller, and faster. Not necessarily, because there might be disruptive forces which cause some of these lines to be interrupted, and for things that were going well to stop going well. So I'd like to close with this slide here. An Anglo-Indian scholar, a polymath who has made major contributions in many fields, J.B.S. Haldane, who wrote that I have no doubt that in reality the future will be vastly more surprising than anything I can imagine. But so we can be certain of one thing: our working lives will be conducted in times of uncertainty. But this does not mean that we should proceed without confidence in the future of our profession. And as evidence of this, I put forward the 2024 IFLA Trend Report. I think we can have confidence as a profession that we're thoughtful professional leaders, that we have opportunities and facilities for contributing to an organization that empowers us to imagine a good future for libraries. May that be so. Thank you.
شكرا دكتور لور. نصل الآن إلى الحدث الرئيسي لبرنامج اليوم، وهو حفل توقيع مكتب إفلا الإقليمي لمنطقة الشرق الأوسط وشمال أفريقيا. سيتم هذا التوقيع التاريخي بحضور السيدة فيكي ماكدونالد والسيدة هوسم تان والسيدة شارون ميمس والأستاذة عبير الكواري وإيمان الشمري. دعونا نشهد معا هذا الحدث المميز، فليتفضلوا إلى المنصة. ندعو السيدة فيكي ماكدونالد والسيدة وسم تان والسيدة شارون ميمس والسفراء الكرام لدولة إندونيسيا وأرمينيا وكوستاريكا والنمسا وباراغواي لالتقاط صورة جماعية مع سعادة الدكتور حمد. ندعو السيد بيتر لور لالتقاط صورة مع الدكتور حمد الكواري على المنصة. أما الآن فندعوكم للاستمتاع باستراحة قصيرة، يمكنكم تناول القهوة والتواصل مع الزملاء في منطقة الضيافة، كما تتوفر مرافق الصلاة بالقرب من القاعة. سنعود لاستئناف البرنامج في تمام الساعة 12 ظهرا مع جلسة النقاش.
Test, test, check. 1, 2. Mic test, 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 test.
Dear guests, we will start in 15 minutes. Dear guests, we will start in 10 minutes. ضيوفنا الكرام سنبدأ بعد 10 دقائق. Dear guests, we will start in 5 minutes.
ننبههم انه يشغلوه قبل ما يبلشوا حكي. ما بعرف شلون نعمل. لا هو معنا، هو جاهز، بس قصدي همني بس مسكوا المايك لازم يشغل لهم اياه وخلاص.
Hello, we will proceed in 2 minutes. إيمان. مرحبا بكم من جديد. حان الآن موعد جلسة النقاش بعنوان الشراكات والمكتبات العالمية، الفرص والتحديات. ستدير الجلسة السيدة إيمان الشمري، مدير المكتب الإقليمي للإفلا في الشرق الأوسط، وينضم إلى النقاش نخبة من الخبراء الدكتور بيتر لور والسيدة هوسم تان والسيدة شارون ميمز. نعدكم بنقاش ثري يلقي الضوء على دور الشراكات في مواجهة التحديات وتلبية احتياجات المكتبات والمجتمعات عالمياً.
Hello everyone, our virtual participants and our actual participants to this panel discussion. I will be your moderator, inshallah, on behalf of Mrs. Abir Al-Kuwari. My name is Iman Al-Shamari, and I will be, inshallah, leading all the activities of IFLA MENA Regional Office, inshallah, at Qatar National Library. Today we have our amazing panelists. We will start with an introduction to each panelist. So we will start with our leader, Mrs. Tan Hussein. Mrs. Tan Hussein has been the Executive Director of Qatar National Library since September 2021. Under her leadership, QNL launched a mobile application, created a digital research repository, and began a contemporary collecting, achieving over 1 million physical visitors in 2023. Previously, she was the Senior Director of the Archives and Libraries Group at Singapore National Library Board and the Directors of the National Library Singapore. With over 18 years in the museum sector, she also serves as the Secretary of IFLA National Library Section. Thank you so much, Mrs. Hussein. And Mrs. Sharon Memes has been the Secretary General and CEO of IFLA since June 2023, with a background in international cultural relations and higher education. She is a multilingual and passionate advocate for global collaboration. Sharon spent much of her career with the British Council, holding senior leadership roles across Europe, North America, and Asia, promoting UK education and culture. Before joining IFLA, she served as the Chief Operating Officer at the Association of Commonwealth Universities and worked as a consultant in international strategy. Welcome you. Professor Peter John Lohr. Dr. Peter is a renowned librarian and academic, recognized for his leadership as the South Africa's first national librarian and as IFLA Secretary General from 2005 until 2008. Author of international and comparative librarianship concepts, methods of global studies. He has published extensively on ethical and political economic aspects of information. Honored with an IFLA medal in 2014, which is a great thing, honestly, and we are honored to have you in our library. It's with an honorary doctorate from the University of Pretoria. He continues his contributions as research associate at the same university. We welcome you all. Today's panel discussion will be about partnership and global librarianship, opportunities and challenges. So we do have a question for our panelists. It's a general question. What are your views on global librarianship and how it can be linked to promoting cultural diplomacy in libraries in general? We can start with Professor Lohr.
Thank you very much. It really goes without saying that if you are going to be involved in global librarianship, you're going to be involved in partnerships. And global librarianship, I think, implies being aware of others in your region and elsewhere, being sensitive to their needs. One of the things you have to learn when you teach a subject like international or global librarianship is to teach people to be humble. Humility is a very important factor because otherwise the student tends to take, I taught the subject in the United States, they tend to take American norms and values as sort of the basis. Everything else is wrong or different or weird or crazy. So I think the first thing to learn is to be humble, to be aware of your own weaknesses, and also to look for the strengths in others. That's a very general statement, but I think I'll stick to that for now.
Hello, everyone. I'd like to follow on what Peter has mentioned. I think when you are, having a dialogue or a conversation with other colleagues from around the world, you should also be aware or sensitive, perhaps, of where you come from, where they come from. And I think that's a wonderful way if we're open to understanding, open to, agree to disagree, I think. It's also a way to promote cultural diplomacy. I mean, when you interact with others, you don't just interact as a librarian, you interact with your cultural background. And I think that is an amazing thing about, librarians who are connected in a kind of a wider arena aside from the national level.
And picking up on what you're saying there, I would agree that the importance of listening and the importance of being ready to change. If you're not prepared to change, then it's very hard to engage in a meaningful cultural dialogue. So I do think that what you have in the library sector, and I know Vicky talked earlier on about that generosity of sharing, that curiosity, that's really the starting point. If you have that as an innate feature, if you like, and you go into every conversation thinking, I can learn something from this, because one of the things that I always find amazing when I contrast different libraries. So there are some libraries in the world who are fortunate enough to have fantastic resources, support from their governments, and the danger there is that it can lead to complacency, because you think, well, I need this, that's okay, I can get it. And what is wonderful about an organization like IFLA is that the wealthiest library, if you like, and librarian can go to one of the poorest librarians and learn something because of what I call frugal innovation. With very little, they bring that creativity to the table. And those are still things that you can learn and apply in a place where you do happen to have resources. So it's about that idea, if you like, that you go in, you can always learn something new. You should always be open to thinking differently at the end of the conversation. And coming back to Peter's point, that point of humility is that what you do is not always the best solution.
Thank you so much for your views on this, and we totally agree with all your points. And that leads me with the next question for Professor Lohr. What are the most significant opportunities for libraries to strengthen cultural diplomacy through global partnership?
I want to come in from left field here and take a slightly different tack and tell you about something that happened when I was a director of South Africa's National Library. Our Minister of Foreign Affairs went on a visit to a capital city in one of the regions, it's not the MENA region, but a relatively isolated country which uses a language nobody in South Africa speaks and which has a different script as well. And he came back very excited because he had agreed with this country that they would send us 5,000 books in their language, and we would send 5,000 books from South Africa. Now, That's a bad example of cultural diplomacy. It's actually ramming your culture down the throat of someone else. I said to the minister, dear minister, you must give us money now, please, because to find, first our catalogue 5,000 books in a language that nobody here understands and nobody reads, and then secondly, we have to still select 5,000 books to return back, return them. So that was practically an unwise move. And I suppose we should have been more proactive we didn't even know the minister was going there, but that's another issue. But I think the lesson in it is that partnerships are two ways. It's like donations as well. Everybody has to benefit. When you give, you've got to get something back, even if it's just happiness. And so if you think you can just give, just because you've got stuff and the others don't have it, that's not a good basis of partnership requires understanding what the needs and interests of the other party are. It's got to be two-way.
Building on your answer, sometimes the return on investment in this field is not only about how many books we are exchanging. Sometimes it is beyond that. The impact in this field is very hard to measure quantitatively.
Yes, I think also that when we have international relations and cultural diplomacy, there are various motives. One of them is to promote the other party's evaluation and appreciation of us, to impress them. That's a bit of a short-term approach. I think partnerships should be aimed at the longer term, at building up a reciprocal relationship of increased understanding with the other party.
Thank you so much, Professor Lohr. And that leads me to our next question to Mrs. Hussam. Mrs. Hussam, we exhausted you with our collaborations and our international activities as Qatar National Library. How has the QNL's collaboration with international organizations, including IFLA, contributes to fostering partnership and addressing regional challenges and strengthen global librarianship? It's a hard question and complicated, but we trust that you can answer us.
Well, I think QNL has always been, with the belief that we can do things better with more partners. Nobody can do it alone. There is definitely things that we can learn from each other, and in any, as Peter has mentioned, any partnership requires something that both parties, or if it's a tripartite, you can have all the partners getting something in return that will then make the partnership really sustainable. So at QNL, we've been really had an amazing relationship with IFLA, but we've also had amazing relationships with different organizations outside of a library association, for example, with UNESCO or with ISESCO, which I've just come from. We have worked with ISESCO in Morocco to organize a training course on documentation of cultural heritage materials. And this is under the umbrella of our Himayah project, which is also part of the IFLA PAC Center. So I think it's important for us to go beyond, as Sharon has mentioned in her speech, go beyond the usual suspects, should I say, of other libraries, even with other, archives or cultural institutions and museums. I don't think we do enough, perhaps, with museums, but I believe in IFLA you are in touch with ICOM, and me coming from, the work we do is really, really similar. And so there's so much more we can leverage on each other to support, the causes that is important for us, as I mentioned in my speech, in the international space, because that is where the world would listen. Because if we were to go as a lone voice, it's really difficult to rise above the noise, to be honest. So I think QNL has always had that belief that if you're not around the table, it's really hard to try and shift and shape things that would really highlight the challenges and issues of the region.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Hussein, for your answer. And hopefully, inshallah, with the work of this office, we will continue in raising the bar and expand our collaboration both regionally and internationally. That leads me to an important question. As you are aware, next year, Qatar will present their National Review Report, which is every few years, each country is representing their data about the cultural scheme, and this is very important opportunity also for the library sector in Qatar. So, Mrs. Memes, in your view, how can library engage with non-library sectors to advance regional and global goals, particularly in the context of the National Review Report?
Thank you. Well, as you know, that IFLA works very closely with the Sustainable Development Goals, and the Voluntary National Review is based on progress. What we like about the SDGs is not only are they intrinsically good things, and that very few people can dispute the idea that it is better to eradicate poverty, it is better to have gender equity, it is better to have economic development, it's better to protect the environment. All of these things are objectives that I think most individuals and countries sign up to. The great advantage of the SDGs is that it has created a really complete framework, a holistic framework, and a common language. And that common language is really important. It's a way of thinking, planning, and speaking. And the great advantage is that when you speak in that language about the work of libraries, policymakers, politicians, others understand it, so they know what you're talking about. And that is such a useful framework. So I think that using the framework to both plan and to think and to articulate the contribution through the SDG language is an extremely powerful way of doing it. And generally speaking, bringing that language as a way of speaking with partners outside of the libraries. And it's a little like my colleague Stephen Weiber and I were in Brussels about a month ago. And we had a meeting at the European Commission, which was a difficult meeting to get, because as soon as you say library, people say, well, I've got nothing to do with libraries. We managed to get into the meeting, and what we did was to articulate what libraries can do that is relevant to that sector. And at the end of the meeting, this very senior official said, more or less, wow, I didn't know. I didn't know libraries did that. Right, you must talk to this person, to this person, to this person. And so it created that network of ideas, because what we did is articulate libraries and what we do for a non-library audience. And that's incredibly important, because that's how you build your partnerships. It's a little like funders. Generally, buildings like this and libraries are not funded by anyone other than the state, or occasionally a private philanthropist or foundation. But there are lots of resources that you can get for working on literacy, on education, on democracy. And the reason we can do this is because we're speaking their language, and then we draw them in, we excite them, and that's how the partnerships develop. And to come, I think, back to that point about partnerships that both of you have said, is that partnerships is about finding the common ground, looking at shared objectives, and trying to achieve them together, because you're both bringing something slightly different to the table in order to achieve your goals. So that would be, I think, one way. And just to say finally on the voluntary national reviews, I think we've been incredibly successful. We take that collective voice to the UN. We've worked with libraries so that last year, really as a direct result of the work led by Stephen, more than 50% of the voluntary national reviews mention the contribution of libraries. So it's there.
Thank you, Sharon. I wanted to pick up, of how, when we first mentioned about partnership, we talk about humility. But I think in the case of, sharing the contributions of libraries to other partners, I think, librarians or the library profession has been too humble in their contributions. So I think it is important, we get out of that, being humble, to really share what we do in our ways to help support, the UN SDGs, our communities. I think that's extremely important.
I personally totally agree that right now it's not about librarians and their work inside the library. And sometimes stakeholders take us for granted. They are expecting us to do the best work and the best impact in the citizens' life, but sometimes we are not being acknowledged fully. So before moving to our second theme, I would like to open the floor 5 minutes to if there's any question from the participants regarding our first theme, which is about global partnership and cultural diplomacy. So please raise your hand. Mr. Abdullah, we would really be grateful if you can introduce yourself and your question. Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Dina Youssef, Chief Librarian at the Library of Alexandria and the Director of IFLA Center for Arabic-Speaking Libraries. So talking about collaborations and partnerships in the library field and listening to what Sharon mentioned about telling those who do not know the library work, how we do our job and how we help in achieving the goals, development goals in general, not only the sustainable goals of the UN, but also the national development goals in each country. The thing is, I believe I consider the library is an instrument, and the whole set of librarianship in the world is the orchestra. So when the library works alone, you can listen to it alone, and it's okay. When you hear the whole orchestra, it will not sound good without a maestro. So what the library field needs is a strong maestro, and the maestro has the head of the violins group and the head of the pianists and the head of the other instruments. And we need to work with library associations, and in countries where there are no library associations, we can have an institution that leads the library field nationally. We do not need to stick to a library association entity. We can always find a leading institution that can help at the national level, and from the national level it goes to the regional level and the international level. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Dina. And building on that, as you know, in Qatar, we don't have a library association, but we are doing the work of a library association and beyond as Qatar National Library and also as the IFLA MENA Regional Office. Thank you so much, Mrs. Dina. One more question, Mr. Stephen.
Thank you. So I'm Stephen Weber, Director of External Affairs at IFLA. And I think that this will be a question. I'm conscious, and I think Peter alluded to this, there are different types of library diplomacy. There are some really interesting people doing PhDs on the topic about libraries being instrumentalized and used as a way of showing that we are civilized, educated people and forcing your culture down other people's throats. There's work within libraries themselves. I guess where we want to get to is a situation where libraries are taken seriously as actors, and in particular where we get those generalist foreign ministries to see us as partners, as people to work with. So we're not just something to show off, a shiny object that we can parade around, but getting to that stage of persuading a generalist organization that's focused on status and capital and political power. So I guess the question is, what in your experience could work in convincing foreign ministries and avoiding ending up instrumentalized as an instrument, as a tool for soft power?
Seems slightly strange for me to be responding to a question from someone in my team, but let me try to do that. I almost actually followed on from your question, the comments Peter made. We often use this term of library diplomacy, cultural diplomacy, because it's a well understood term. And soft power as well. And to be fair, having had this conversation with Joe Nye, who wrote the book on soft power, he then rather regretted using it, because power diplomacy always implies that you are giving, you're broadcasting, you're shouting. Whereas I think the power of libraries most effectively is that it is more around cultural relations. It is about mutual benefit, listening, two-way conversations, all of these things. And so when you have that kind of relationship, which allows for space and freedom, if you like, then it's much more difficult to be instrumentalized by anyone. And so you need clearly evidence of what you can do, what your track record is, but you go in openly and you can respond to the agenda of a foreign ministry as long as it resonates with what you are trying to do. And there are always, in every partnership, there is always the option to say, no, thank you. And that's why having, and again, I think the strength of libraries is that strong ethical code, that trusted individual, and that's in commercial terms, a brand that should not be threatened. So if you go in as a confident partner, you know what you can achieve, then I think it's actually relatively easy to get that respect and not be instrumentalized in the same way that you would try not to instrumentalize art or education. And libraries are respected because of that very safe space that they can create, which enables different views to come together, and where librarians do not make a judgment on what is being said. So for me, less about library diplomacy, but more about collaboration, and why we like the word partnerships, because that conveys the idea of if you like, an equitable partnership. No one is superior, no one is inferior. We are equals, and we're trying to solve the same problem. So that, I think, is very important. Integrity is hugely important.
Thank you so much. Yes, one more question before moving to our second theme, inshallah. And don't worry, we will have the opportunity to have more questions across all the themes. Thank you.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. يمكن أطرح سؤالي باللغة العربية. اسمي أبو بكر أحمد، مدرس لغات سابق، وحاليا جاهزين؟ اسمي أبو بكر أحمد، مدرس لغات سابق وحاليا مستخدم لمكتبة قطر. أبي أسأل الدكاترة عن مساهمة وتواجد إفلا في منطقة شرق أفريقيا والقرن الأفريقي. هذا سؤالي.
IFLA is in more than 150 countries, in a way that we have a regional division for the MENA region, chaired by Dr. Saif here. We have a similar group for Sub-Saharan Africa. And one of the things that we did about a year ago, Vicky and I went to a workshop actually that we did in Nairobi. Obviously Stephen was there too, and it was bringing leaders from every single country across the continent to Nairobi. And they were leaders. We did a workshop around partnerships, around advocacy, around a lot of our work. And what was quite special about it was that we did it for not just Anglophone Africa, but Francophone Africa as well. And we had translation. So every country was there, every island was there. It was an extraordinary experience. And from that, a huge amount has happened, because I do think that IFLA is not the center of a spider's web. We help things happen, but much of the work happens by us enabling a platform for people to connect and network. So a small example, it's not a small example, but we had, obviously we were in Kenya, we had the head of the National Library of Kenya there, and we had a librarian from Somalia where they were trying to set up a national library. As a result of that workshop, the two of them got together with Kenya, working with Somalia to try and help and assist. You know, we have been present, we've had congresses in Africa, right through in South Africa, and Peter, I'm sure, can talk about South Africa, but East Africa, we are very present. We have some fantastic, brilliant members and active members there. They're part of our Emerging Leaders programs. We have our regional council. We've had workshops. They are well represented on many other committees, in units, across every part of IFLA. In a sense, IFLA is there to provide the platform. We never go in and say, this is what you should do. We enable people to connect, collaborate, share ideas, and learn from each other. So there are any librarian in East Africa, Horn of Africa, that wishes to work with IFLA is there. The opportunities are there. It's about taking those opportunities. And I think, you know, if you talk to both Vicky and Stephen, who have much more experience of working with IFLA, I think they can tell you just some amazing work that we've been doing. We're working as well with the UN, connecting people with the UN, making sure that they know people that we know, because we are this partner with, we're an official observer at the UN. So what we also did is everybody who attended that workshop in Nairobi last year also is now in contact with either the UN office in their country or UNESCO. So I think there are lots and lots of opportunities, and everybody can take advantage of all of the incredible work we do around standards, around public libraries. Everything that is there is available. The extraordinary resource that is IFLA's website is unbelievable. So, I mean, those are a few things. In a sense, it's, what do I do? Turn it around. It's not what we can do for you, but what you can do, you know, for yourselves and for IFLA and for others in the region. That's what we do. We connect, we provide the platform, we provide the tools, and then everyone runs with it.
Thank you so much. And we are lucky to have both Dr. Saif and Iman, the chair and the vice chair of IFLA MENA RDC, so definitely you can reach out and build the connection with them. Thank you so much for the question. And thank you, Sharon, for your answer. Moving to our second theme, which is the regional leadership and innovation. So, Professor Lohr, what strategies can libraries in the MENA region use in order to build equitable collaboration with resource-rich institutions, which is, we are unfortunate, in some countries we don't have this strong relationship. So what do you think strategies are effectively used in other examples around the world?
I want to be a professor again and say there's one difficult word in that question. And what is that difficult word? Equitable. Equitable. How? That is the key word that makes things so much more difficult. The word partnership is very often misused simply as a euphemism for development aid. And I think we need to be aware of that. Partnership involves openness, as Sharon said, to the other. It also means we must create opportunities to share, that the person who are at the receiving end, so-called, are also giving. And I think there are various opportunities for that. Digitization, for example, is one opportunity where a country can have a better resourced country. And that doesn't necessarily mean a country in Europe or North America. It means a country in Qatar. Qatar would be an example. Would be an example. What can you do that also benefits you? That I think it's got to be a two-way relationship. There have been quite a lot of very good collaborative digitization projects. One of them is or was in Gaza, which I'm afraid has probably collapsed completely as a result of the Israeli aggression. But they were busy, they were getting assistance from, I think, the British Library, if I'm not mistaken, to digitize. They were learning how to digitize their materials. The British Library was getting the digital versions, the Gazans were getting their digital versions, and they could keep their own collections. So it's got to be, every party must benefit. And I think the modern technology, the internet, the digitization, that is a wonderful, wonderful boon. I was just thinking of the wonderful boon of Zoom. Now, you were talking just now about what can IFLA do for the Horn of Africa. When I was a young deputy director at the National Library, we organized a big conference on bibliographic controls for all of sub-Saharan Africa. And we tried to have French speakers, French second language speakers, Lusophones as well, mustn't forget the Lusophones, the Portuguese, and the Anglophones. We didn't have Arabic, because I think the Arabic is the other one that you have to use in your get involved. But we had endless difficulties getting those people together. One of these persons had to come from Cameroon, I think. The only way he could get from Cameroon to Johannesburg to Pretoria was to fly first to Paris, and then from Paris to Johannesburg, because all the routes were all still on the neo-colonial basis of flying to this capital city of the former metropole. Nowadays, we can bypass those problems, much as doing things on Zoom can be a bit tedious, and one shouldn't do too much of it. It offers wonderful opportunities for networking and sharing that are actually costing practically nothing.
Thank you so much, Professor Lor. And definitely being adaptable to all the changes is crucial to keep our work with the same standards and with the same impact. This is also another question for Mrs. Hussam. How has QNL led the efforts to advocate for libraries, especially in achieving the UN Sustainable Development Goals?
Well, maybe I would put it in the context of Qatar. Well, you might not know this, but we actually have a national reading movement that is part of QNL. It's called Qatar Reads. And Qatar Reads has been working very hard in encouraging, the population to read for leisure, which is obviously overall part of the lifelong learning, which is part of education, which is, you know, for me, the foundation of all kind of development. So that's one part, and they've been doing a very good job in reaching out, in making it fun for children to read, for adults to read as part of their work, as well as reading, you know, one, and to also promote Arabic literature, to choose one book a year that we celebrate. So this year we are celebrating the Palestinian author Hassan Kanafani, Man in the Sun, which is a very, very powerful novella. So we do that each year. So I think, aside from literacy, I think the other important role that QNL has been doing, and it's not just for in Qatar, but across the region, is our role that we're playing as part of the IFLA PAC Center and a project that we call Himaya, which means protection in Arabic. So we have been doing a lot of capacity building on all sorts of things. For example, documentation, as I mentioned earlier on, in Morocco that we're having. We do, you know, workshops on the laws or legislation for the anti-trafficking of cultural property, and so on. So these, and mapping, for example, mapping of collections. We work that with UNESCO, the mapping of collections within the whole MENA region. And mapping is extremely important because then you know what sort of resources that are lacking within the region. So we do try and work with different partners in order for us to do this work. And as I mentioned, we can't do this alone. So it's now that we are also the regional office, and we're also working closely with the regional division. I think that will enable us to help advocate for the role of libraries in the future.
Thank you so much, Hussam, for your answer. And not only in promoting literacy, Qatar National Library are working also towards climate change awareness and other SDGs, but we really don't have.
When we mean literacy, it doesn't necessarily also mean reading. It could be all sorts of literacy. It will be, as Iman says, sustainable, you know, being literate about, you know, climate change, being literate about technology, being literate about AI. I think these are all important literacies for us to navigate the modern world, to be honest. Without that, and these, for example, AI, it's not a subject that is taught in schools. So we have generations and generations of people who are thrown with this modern technology that can possibly do harm or has already done harm. So I think that is actually the role of libraries all around the world to help promote digital literacy and create a critical thinking. I think is important for us to question the information that we received. Maybe it's a little bit different and difficult in certain cultures, but unfortunately, the age that we live in, the critical thinking is extremely, extremely important.
Thank you so much, Hussam, for facilitating and also inspiring us to do more and to achieve beyond our current achievement. Now yes, please.
I just wanted to add a point which ties up with something that was said earlier about librarians interacting with other sectors. And this is particularly important when it comes to reading and literacy and building libraries in relatively poor countries. One of the major problems that we have in Africa is, and we in South Africa have 11 official languages, but in many of those languages, the amount of literature that is produced and published is very little. So if we're going to try to promote libraries, we need to promote literacy. And we need to partner with education departments. We need to partner with literacy organizations, with publishers, with booksellers, with authors organizations. And so one of the homework that we can give you from this panel is Go and find out how are your libraries, to what extent are you interacting and liaising with all those other potential partners that could help to promote libraries in your country. Because by promoting libraries, the publishers and booksellers and the authors are all adding to their client base, as it were. So there's something for everybody. So we shouldn't think only of libraries helping other libraries, but think of the other sectors in the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter, for mentioning that. I think it's something that we do here in Qatar, and I think it's extremely important for the region. We do know that, for example, there may be a growing interest by the younger generation to read, e-books, books that is found digitally. But it's also very hard to find my colleagues, right? It's very hard to find, books, online that Arabic books. I'm talking specifically about Arabic books, and so it's this, trying to grow the ecosystem, and to encourage publishers, which is extremely important, and I see that as important part of the role that libraries play, especially national libraries.
Coming back to you, Mrs. Sharon. So, what role does IFLA play in supporting regional offices, similarly to what's happening now in Qatar, to foster innovation and leadership in a global librarianship?
What role do we play? I'll actually come back to that same principle of partnerships, because in a sense, it's not for us to define the precise role. We have a broad purpose, we have a broad strategy, but I see the regional offices as a partner, so that we will sit down together and say, okay, what do we do together? What are the different resources that you will bring, that we will bring, but to see it as a partnership of equals, because we would never look to impose and say, right, you will do this, you would reject it and anyway, but that is a pointless, that's not a partnership. So I think that I would sort of turn it round and see how we work together to deliver mutually beneficial goals. And also, I think that what we can look at for QNL and the regional office here is to be that regional hub, that you have lots of skills. I think I come back to this point I made earlier. This is a young national library. You're not set in your ways. You can be flexible, you can be agile, you're innovative. And it's a wonderful time that generally in this region we are seeing the countries investing in libraries, in culture. So the opportunities are immense. And what can we do essentially to get, as I would say, 2 + 2 to equal 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And that's what we will do. So it's not that we come and say, right, we want this, and we'll give you this. It's actually, what are we trying to achieve together? What's possible? Let's be really ambitious. Where do we want to be, when we come back in 2-3 years' time? What's the story we want to tell? I always say to my team, don't tell me what you're going to do. Tell me the story that you want to be telling the world in 5 years' time. The journey we'll work on. What's the destination? Get there and think backwards, and that's the way I would look at it. So, what can we do? What can we do at the UN? We had earlier on some ambassadors, have you got their telephone numbers and their emails? How can we get them to work with us at the UN? How do we work together on the on pushing the idea of the culture goal, which we think is so important for the post-2030 agenda. You've got here a fantastic opportunity next year in Doha with the summit. Next November, the social summit. You know, what are the opportunities that would enhance your contribution to that and enhance and help deliver the strategy for IFLA? But it's not about what we do or what you do, but what we do together and what our destination is.
It is definitely a growth mindset that as a librarian we are always working in a library. It's not similarly to working in entrepreneurship or other sectors where you have solid results and solid impact to measure. We are working in a very dynamic situations, and with the growth mindset we will be able to achieve our goals, inshallah. Now we are approaching to our third theme, which is libraries' role in addressing global challenges. Every year, every month, we are facing new challenges around the world, humanitarian challenges, political challenges, and we all seek for advancing the human rights and being as supportive as possible to humans all around the world. That leads me to a question for Professor Lor. And Professor Lor, with your experience, you witnessed all kind of challenges happening in the Middle East since your previous role and also your current role as researcher. How can libraries ensure their inclusion in a critical global policy discussions, such as Qatar National Review Report?
I can give you two-word answer: hard work. And a four-word answer: more hard work. And I think it's really a matter of getting your hands dirty, finding out what the developmental needs are, who the people are in government who are working with these, and then showing them your successes. Nobody likes a loser. You mustn't come and weep and moan. Ministers don't like people moaning. It might be the ministers felt that they can't get any money, but don't moan. Tell them, show them what you have done, even if it's very little. It's like pulling yourself up by your bootstraps. But don't moan, and show them what you can do, and try and build on those successes. That's what I think happened in some of the countries in the sub-Saharan region.
And you are touching base on the importance of recording our achievements. Sometimes we get busy with all our achievements and we forget to record them, we forget to post it. We are a little bit humble to show the world our achievements, but we are doing a great job, alhamdulillah, in all sectors and in all libraries, individuals and also as a group. Thank you so much, Professor Lor. That leads me to the next question for Mrs. Hussam. What steps has QNL taken to position libraries as essential stakeholders in tackling global challenges like education, literacy, and also cultural preservation?
Thanks, Imana. I think I've mentioned earlier on, I think in terms of helping the region, we have been doing quite a lot of capacity training, and I think this is something, that libraries have to do for themselves. You need to, because we can train, but if you're in a particular library, you are best to able to, as Sharon says, tell your story, tell your impact stories to the stakeholders. You need to spend time with the stakeholders. You need to go where they're at. Don't expect them to turn up at the library, right? You need to go where they're at, in their offices, or in international platforms. You need to play a very active role. And tell that story that is unique to your library, or if you're representing more libraries, the stories of your libraries to the stakeholder in a compelling manner. And as Sharon says, you have to tell them the story in a language that they understand. Because if they don't understand that, if we're not speaking the same language, then there will be some miscommunication, and perhaps they're not really thinking, oh, you're, as Sharon mentioned, you're not as relevant. And we are relevant. We are so relevant to the community. And sometimes it's even better is to get your community to advocate for you. You don't have to do it yourself. You know, get your community. Actually, it might be better because, you know, nobody wants to toot their own horn. So get your community to support you to advocate with the right people.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Hussam. And hopefully we are doing that in QNL. We already established so many community-based programs. So much of our crochet circles and other activities became a community. They are the community individuals, they are the one to organize everything, they are the one to come and gather, and we just facilitate the place for them, which is a great transition. Thank you so much. So, Mrs. Sharon, how does IFLA help libraries advocate for their role in achieving sustainable development goals in international platforms like the UN? So, for example, not all the countries are, they got the opportunity to speak up in their national report review. But what about the other things that they can do in order to save their place in the global scene?
One, I think, obviously, be a member of IFLA, because IFLA is the global voice of libraries. We are there to serve our members and the communities they serve. Certainly we go and we always take people from, usually we try and from across the world, members that we have seen who can be good advocates. And we are advocating there not just for the libraries of one country or one place or one task. We are advocating for everyone wherever you are and that diversity. So we do it, but at the same time, what we also try to do is to help build the skills and the capacity amongst our members and volunteers of how to advocate. Because, again, you're right, Peter, it is hard work. But it's about thinking also a little laterally and just thinking, who do I know? Who are the people that I can leverage? What are the networks I can leverage? What does this really important partner care about? And I think there's also something around confidence. Librarians can sometimes have what we call, imposter syndrome. That they suddenly find themselves somewhere and they think, oh, I shouldn't be here. You should be there. We should be at the table making those decisions and contributing. We know a huge amount. We have a lot of experience. We have track records. And sometimes we need, and what I think IFLA does very well, and Stephen and the team in particular, and another colleague, it's a new post that we've created for the impact manager, who is helping to systemize everything that we're doing to give people the tools to tell the story. Because telling a story sounds like a really easy thing to do, but going in and saying, libraries are great, and I have lots of people who come in, and all of these children, and all of these grown-ups, and well, it's lovely, and they love reading. Well, that's really nice, but it doesn't cut the mustard. But if you are able to say, we are, as a result of our intervention, and we've got some great stories, please do look at the Library Map of the World, on IFLA, which talks about some of these stories in an impactful way, which says, and actually, let me take an example from Kenya, where the Kenyan library was working with the largest informal settlement across in Africa. And as a direct result of the work that the library was doing with children there, the examination results of those children went up in a measurable way, which resulted in a transformation to their lives. So there was data, there was measurable evidence, and there were real stories. well, you know, coming back to development aid and partnership, there are very, very many governments and development agencies that want to invest in that. So look at who is your audience, frame it in those terms, and learn how to capture numbers, impact, and everything. And I think that's something that we are trying to do all of the time. We have lots of resources. You can look at the IFLA website, and that's how we are working as well around the culture goal.
And what I really appreciate from IFLA, that your material is not only in English. You do have, with the effort of the Arabic Center, definitely, you do have these manuals, even how to start your libraries, and different guidelines and different manuals in multiple languages, which is something to enforce your mindset of having it for everyone.
And just to add to that, we launched, you know, in Brisbane, and a couple of you were there, where we had the summit recently in Vicky's, our president's hometown. And what was tremendous there was that we had a curated program where half of the speakers were not librarians and came from outside. We launched our strategy there, and if you've not seen the strategy, which is now, I think, in more than our official languages because it's being translated, what we did in that this time was not say we will do, we will do, we will do, but this is the difference that we will make. And here are some suggestions of the kind of metrics that you can use, and that will help you tell the story. The other thing, and again, you know, looking at some of these challenges, and you were talking about, look at the trend report, which is absolutely brilliant, which looks at those big areas, which isn't just for libraries and information, it's things that impact the whole world. And it has an outline of those trends, what the impact is, what the good, how it could, you know, the scenarios as well. It's not predictive, it's generative. It's looking at ideas of how you can respond to the big world global challenges. So there's a huge amount there. Join IFLA, look at the website, get all the information there. Huge resources. Secret is whether you're a member or not, you can still look at most of it. So
thank you so much. Yes. Do you have any comment, Mr. Thank you.
I just wanted to add something. I'm sorry, Sharon, not quite to what you were saying, but of this thing about the imposter syndrome. We used to talk in the past about shrinking violets. But what I want to say is, to have success, you've got to be thick-skinned and pushy. And I can illustrate that by what happened in South Africa as we were approaching the transformation from apartheid to a post-apartheid society. The African National Congress, which was the main liberation movement and is still now the government in power, had a number of teams working on what the country should look like after they took over, even before it was sure that they would take over. Some of the ideas, like the reconstruction and development program, were way out, and they abandoned it themselves. But there was a national education policy initiative or investigation which was launched by the ANC, done by a consultancy, handled by a consultancy which was paid by them. And they had a 12 or 11 teams working on different aspects of education: higher education, early childhood education, university education, you name it. Nothing about libraries. No interest, no understanding at all in the experience of those comrades that libraries might play a role. Well, some librarians got fed up, and we just pushed ourselves in. You have to be thick-skinned and hard-nosed, and you've got to push yourself into some of these processes. The processes are very important because in the processes of getting involved, you build up networks. Sometimes the process is more valuable than the end result. In this particular case, there were so many developmental needs, so many things that had to be fixed after apartheid, that in spite of three such, this was not the only place where librarians pushed their way into a process. In spite of that hard work, nothing happened. Nothing happened until 5 years later, when the government finally woke up and started. You know, I mean, it was fantastic. The government came forward, they decided they needed to build infrastructure, and when they were talking about what infrastructure was needed, someone popped up and said, oh, those librarians who want to talk about building libraries. And that's where a very important program came from, which led to the refurbishment and extension of the public library system, to public school libraries and so forth. So you've got to sow the seed. You've got to sow the seed and sometimes be patient and not despair if it doesn't immediately give you results. Thank you.
Thank you so much for inspiring us. And from my perspective, although I have read, last year when I was preparing my thesis, I have read hundreds and hundreds of papers about the global librarianship and the history of libraries, but what I learned in this panel discussion is just priceless, and I really appreciate your generosity in adding all these points. We spoke about different themes, and now I'm opening the floor. We do have almost 10 minutes. So we will start with the gentleman at the back. So please, if you can introduce yourself and your questions, and to whom you would like the questions to be answered.
Okay, thank you. My name is Kabiru Aladi Garba. I'm actually a library specialist. I'm working with Qatar Museum. My question will be centered to Sharon. Of course, you have made mention about what IFLA can do, especially in this region. I'm just trying to understand IFLA as an association, a professional association. How can IFLA support library museums? Especially in terms of partnership, access to funds, and what have you. Thank you.
We have a partnership, I'll use that overused word today, with ICOM, which is the International Council of Museums, with ICA for archives, with ICOMOS, which is for monuments. And so we work together and we seek opportunities to work together. We also have, I think, members who come. The great thing about IFLA is that we have every single kind of imaginable library, or from parliamentary libraries to community public libraries, and also anyone who is a member of their national association is de facto a part of IFLA. So there is not a single library that is not represented. Also, what we do when someone joins is we help navigate them into the different units, sections, review groups, special interest groups, and it's difficult to imagine a subject not being covered, because an organization that works with librarians, one of the many things I've learned about them is that they are very thorough. So every single possible area, every single sector will be covered somewhere. So look, and if you can't find it, ask us, but we are just about everywhere. And because what IFLA does is we work with other partners, we are able to call on, draw on just about anything that deals with libraries, information, and knowledge. And I think that's also why what we've tried to do with our strategy this year, the new strategy, is the vision is sustainable futures for all through knowledge and information. There's a word that's not in that vision, which is libraries, because libraries, as we've said, are often, it's the gateway to information. And if you're looking at that, coming back to the point I make about destination, it's where is that information and knowledge found? It's everywhere, and that's why we welcome everyone. So rather than saying, you know, what can we do for museums specifically? It's that museums and libraries in museums can find their place in IFLA. And my recollection is that for example, the museum at the British Library is, for example, the British Museum Library is a member. So you've got, if you're dealing with knowledge and information, you have a home and a family in IFLA.
We are always here to support you.
And actually, Susan in the Islamic Art Museum is also a member of IFLA.
The lady.
Thank you for what you said. It was really influential. My name is Rasha. I'm a psychologist and a biologist, and I'm Lebanese, so I'm a visitor here. I don't know much about the Qatar National Library. It's my first time to visit. But I'm just going to tell my story. I was actually dreaming of some books because we don't have them in Lebanon either, especially after what we're facing through the war. So lots of issues, they were destroyed. The point is that I found some books that I told you I dreamt about. So thank you for that. Since I was hearing what you were saying, I would like to add some issues for if you would like to go into a strategy plan, especially for the schools. Schools are the hubs of all reading part. So schools are really important for the kids in order to raise up those kids. And we need to teach them the values. So when we value something, we will never lose it. So what you were talking about, the impact, I would like to change the word as influence and say the value part is really important. We could do boot campaigns for those schools, especially for teachers. There could be a strategic plan for that. And teachers would influence the students, students would influence the parents, and this is how it goes. And this is usually done through workshops or through lots of issues. I know you know those issues, but I would like to add them because I went through them since I was a kid through my school. So this is what we did. It was competitions and we were reading. It was really challenging for me. So the awareness and value is really important. Thank you, Soda.
Thank you so much for that. And I'm so happy that you were able to find the books that you were dreaming about here in our library. Wonderful. So I'd just like to share that we actually do work quite a lot with schools, and we do have a strategy with schools. So we actually not just invite them here for workshops, and we just recently had a children's forum, which was actually filled with school librarians. We do training for school librarians here in Qatar. But we also have book carts and activities and competitions like you were mentioning in schools. So thank you very much for sharing your ideas. Shukran.
If you allow me,
of course, please.
Because I was really grateful. Yes, I was really grateful before moving to the National Collection Department to work with the Young Adult Library, and not only having them twice a week, 8 visits per week to Qatar National Library from the schools. We are also establishing the Science Book Forum. We are also, our librarians are not only a librarian, they are educator, and they are psychiatric, from psychiatric background, and we do have the sensory room. So rest assured, we are covering the scene in Qatar, and we would like to thank also the research and learning, because they are the one who is purchasing the amazing collection, and all the general collection are being purchased from the librarian from Katya's team. So thank you so much for your question. So Dr. Saif.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Saif Al-Jabri. I'm the chair of the MENA Regional Committee in IFLA. And beside this role, I'm also a member on the standing committee of reading and literacy in IFLA. And this is what I want to share with you. We, on the side of our midterm meeting this year, in Orvieto in Italy, we had a small conference entitled Libraries and Literacy and Literacies. because we tackled different type of literacies, climate change literacies, digital literacies, educational literacies, and we had three shared experience during the conference: the Malaysian experience, and the Italian one, and the Russian one. And the interesting thing, as Dr. Peter put it, that although this group or these programs was initially done by libraries, but they have members from different sectors of the community. They have psychologists, they have doctors, they have pediatrics, they have whomever have related to human, it's in this committee. And they were the result of these programs that they show it was tremendous. That they started with children since they know the pregnancy of the woman, of the mother, till they finish the school. And I think I don't know if we have such a program in the Middle East. I know that UAE have something like that. Iman Bashlebi can tell us about that. But I am hoping that someday in our countries, in the MENA region, we'll have such program where all the committee sectors are participated in. So it will get the full support from the community, from the government, from the information entities in each country. Thank you.
So there is no question. There is a statement. Yes. Thank you. So one more questions, if anyone would like to seize the opportunity. The ladies at the back, if you have any questions. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Abdul Kareem. I just came in, sorry I'm late, but I maybe missed one of that wonderful talk. I was looking at the titles and whatever the last part of the session. My question is that we are building the capacity of the libraries. That's the main agenda. So is anything there to building the capacity of the librarians in terms of research and development?
So in the context of QNL or IFLA or the MENA?
IFLA, yeah.
IFLA. You saved me from that answering.
It doesn't matter as long as they are supporting research and development of the librarians.
Yes. Well, I can speak for QNL. We do quite a lot of training online if you're interested, or in person. So we have an annual conference called Library Leads, and that's basically aimed at librarian professionals. And now, of course, you know, tomorrow we'll have a full day workshop as well. So we have always been doing quite a lot of capacity building in different areas for librarians here in QNL. So if you can sign up for our newsletter, definitely you'll be alerted of all the various things. And often it's held online, so you don't really have to travel to the library to be able to participate. So you're most welcome.
When it comes to IFLA, I don't think there is a day that goes by when there isn't a webinar on something from which you can learn. We're also having a more structured approach, if you like, and we're looking at all kinds of areas where we can look at training. We're looking at mentoring, we're looking at emerging leaders, we're looking at how we've been talking about telling the story, measuring impact, telling the story, evaluation. We're talking about partnerships. We are about to launch as well some training on training. How do you design a course, an effective course? So it's the kind of pedagogy We're looking at how to write a grant proposal. So there are all kinds of things. Some of it is around the professional side, and some of it is around partnerships. Some of it is around mentoring. So there's a whole range of things, and there are lots of opportunities. In some ways, there are probably too many, but you need to focus on what you're interested in and to look at that. I think it's also an area that we want to work with the regional offices precisely to see whether we can again have a more perhaps strategic approach to some of this training, where we bring in some of the global international aspect, and then the regional office has the local knowledge and expertise, and we sort of work together. That's certainly on the agenda to talk about and discuss. So I think that, you know, IFLA is, as our president said earlier on, IFLA is a learning organization. Encounters and experience with IFLA is a learning process. So every engagement, you learn something. So I think that is, and librarians want to learn, so there we are.
Thank you so much for your answer. And if you allow me to add, also we do have Librarians for Libraries, which is an initiative where we offer online programs. Since September until now, we offered over 20 workshops online, and some of the trainers are with us. And we were able to have the opportunity to build these kind of connection with trainers all over the world to serve the community of librarians in the MENA. So visit our website and you will find all the information, inshallah. Is there any final words? Only one final words for the lady. Thank you. And sorry for taking extra 7 minutes of our timing.
هتكلم طبعا اللغة العربية إن شاء الله.
إن شاء الله. She will talk in Arabic.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. في البداية أنا دكتور هادي مصطفى، أستاذ مساعد في جامعة السودان المفتوحة، سابقا في السودان يعني. أول شيء بشكر مكتبة قطر الوطنية، لأن بجد يعني منحت لنا فرص كثيرة إنه إحنا نستفيد ونتعلم، وصراحة يعني تمنيت لو كان جيت أبدر كان حضرت هنا يعني.
حياك الله.
بس سؤالي ممكن، هل الإفلا طبعا عندكم انتم دول كثيرة عندكم فيها شراكات، هل السودان من ضمن الدول اللي هي فيها شراكة؟ وإذا ما كان في، أنا بتمنى إنه الإفلا بتدخل السودان من ضمن المناطق أو من ضمن الشراكات معاكم، لأنه بجد في الوضع الحالي اللي قدام إحنا إن شاء الله هنحتاج لإنه زي ما عارفين في حرب في البلد، وأكيد المكتبات اتدمرت، أكيد يعني التطور اللي كان فيه انتهى، فنتمنى إنه الإفلا تكون عندها من ضمن القائمة، تضع لنا السودان إن شاء الله في القائمة إن شاء الله يا رب العالمين، عشان نقدر نستفيد ونتطور إن شاء الله لقدام. جزاكم الله خير.
Can I transfer the question to Dr. Saif? Dr. Saif, the floor is yours.
شكرا لأخت الكريمة. Yes, Sudan is participating. السودان مشاركة، وفي عندنا عضو من السودان، عضو نشيط، لكن كما قلت انت إن بسبب الظروف الحين الأنشطة شوية يعني ليست بالنشاط الذي نرغب في. إن شاء الله تعالى راح يكون ويبينار أونلاين مخصص للسودان في الفترة القادمة إن شاء الله تعالى، ودائما على تواصل مع الجمعية ومع الإخوان في السودان. صحيح الظروف صعبة شوية الحين، بس متواصلين عن طريق الأونلاين ونشاطنا مستمر في السودان.
شكرا لك.
شكرا. At this stage we are unfortunately, we will have to end this panel discussion, although it was a very interesting panel discussion, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow, inshallah. We will have 2 workshops. The first workshop will be Mrs. Iman or Mrs. Dina. I Mrs. Iman Bushlebi will present a workshop tomorrow, inshallah, in the auditorium in Arabic language, and also it will be held in Arabic language, and also Mrs. Dina will also present a workshop tomorrow, inshallah. And then we will have 2 lectures here. We will have the first lecture by Professor Lor, and also the second lecture will be held by Dr. Baqla, inshallah. And then we will have a workshop, interactive workshop with Dr. Upton. So thank you so much. Thank you, our panelists, for your time and for your effort. And looking forward to seeing you, inshallah, tomorrow. Thank you so much. Thank you.
بينما نختتم فعاليات اليوم الأول من هذا الحدث الهام، أود أن أتوجه بخالص الشكر لجميع المتحدثين والمشاركين على مساهماتهم القيمة. لقد كانت مناقشات اليوم تمهيدا رائعا لما ينتظرنا غدا من ورش عمل ومحاضرات، حيث سنتعمق في الجوانب العملية لتعزيز دور المكتبات عالميا نيابة عن مكتبة قطر الوطنية والاتحاد الدولي لجمعيات ومؤسسات مكتبات إفلا. نشكركم جميعا على مشاركتكم الفاعلة ونتطلع لرؤيتكم غدا. نتمنى لكم يوما سعيدا.